Oh,
Hey, everybody. So we're going to start with segment 4 today, and this is going to be a little bit of a long segment. For myself, I really like what we're about to do. Of course, I like everything we did yesterday, but the idea here is perception, and we go back to the way we were talking about things with how we perceive with the mind versus how we perceive with the heart. And the thing with the mind, again, the mind is always trying to predict, pain. It's always trying to predict like situations that might make us uncomfortable. And it's always kind of establishing some sort of value for something and then sticking it on a particular shelf. And then we don't really process it too much afterwards, right? So if we end up having some bad experiences or we make a mistake, the mind goes, establishes some sort of value and then sticks it on the shelf, right? And, the idea that we were talking about yesterday is to be able to sit with something where they're in complete opposition, you know. Something might be good, but there's also some bad aspects to it. And just because there's bad doesn't mean that it negates the good aspects. From the point of view of the mind, that's usually what happens. This person was good, but they said that weird thing and now they're a bad person. They're evil or they're, whatever. And we really want to shoot for being able to hold both in our awareness. And that is a heart centered function. And the heart, especially the front heart, is really the first thing, right? But if we're armored up or, armored up from like past aches and pains and people hurting us or, just difficulties in life, it's a lot of times this will kind of shut down. And the other issue is that it might not shut down, but it's like if somebody came up to you and stomped on your foot every time they saw you. After about 10 times, as soon as you saw them, you're like, ugh, stay away. Don't stomp on my foot. Right. And the heart, it has the tendency to do that. Like that is a survival thing. Like that is like, don't stomp on my foot anymore. That hurts. Right. And so what tends to happen is we start to seek out the things that have caused us pain. And we don't seek it out like, oh, let's just keep doing this. But it's like maybe avoid, 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 careful, avoid, careful, 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 avoid. You know, we become hypersensitive to our past wounds, our past experiences, our past, whatever it might be. And so from the point of view of the heart, you could say that there's a kind of lens there. And we want the heart to be able to perceive for our maximum potential of like happiness, well-being, fulfillment, whatever that might be, and not get stuck trying to protect itself from things that have happened in the past. We want to be able to let it go. A lot of times we start to let it go in the mind, in the brain, but then the brain is like, but I'll still remember. But the heart will always go, ugh, let's avoid this, let's avoid that. Careful, avoid. Careful, careful, avoid. Armor up, you know? And so this isn't so much about taking down the protective qualities. It's more about just playing with how we perceive so that we see beyond our wounds. We see beyond the past things that have hurt us or whatever mistakes we've made or when things weren't going well. You know, it might not have even been a wound. It just might have been like, "Ugh, I went through this really difficult time, or the world went through a difficult time, and I had these experiences." There's all different versions of this, right? And so we um, want to help the heart perceive potentials, right? And so this includes how it perceives us, like how we perceive ourselves, the self-image, the self-esteem, which is how we feel about ourselves, and then the self-worth, which is how we establish this value. And so the more that we open up the perception, the more we can go, I see the good in me, and I also see maybe a mistake or the wound that happened. That wound doesn't define me. But a lot of times when we have the wound, it kind of defines us a little bit, or we went through some dramatic thing and it's like, ugh, I had that difficulty. And it, because the nature of the mind, it begins to define us because remember, it like establishes value and then sticks it on the shelf. And then it just goes, this is the way we are. And I would say from a mystical point of view, that's BS. Like, that's not how we are. Like, we just need to calibrate things so that we see things a little bit more clearly and not, just take whatever the mind has decided as accuracy, right? It's just, it's Joseph Campbell refers to it as it's a secondary organ, but it thinks it's the boss, the heart should be the primary organ, you know, and so that's what we're shooting for here is we're kind of realigning how we perceive things and then what happens with those perceptions, right? So we're trying to increase the potential of being able to like see the good and the negative and be able to hold them both and make decisions or take actions accordingly, right? And so the very first thing we're going to deal with, there's three applications in this, I think. Yeah. Yeah. So there's three applications in this segment. And so the very first thing we're going to deal with is what we call the stability chaos lens. And again, it's like the lens of perception that's coming from the heart, right? And so there's the blend stability chaos lens that is in the kit for purchase, I believe. And then single oils are rhododendron, basil, myrrh, kava kava, and acacia. So pull out what oil you're going to work with. Okay. And begin inhaling with your awareness on your front heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your front heart. Your awareness is on the front heart. You're on the front heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and be still. We're going to linger here on the front heart for a moment. We're going to do it the way that I like to do this when I'm working this process is I really linger on the front heart for a little bit and then I cycle through. So still the front heart and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is still on the front heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Again, your awareness is on the front heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the front heart. You're inhaling, your awareness is on the center of your chest, your front heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now move your awareness to the back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Now move your awareness to the bottom of the tailbone. Your awareness is on your low back, the backside of your navel, known as the Ming Men. Your awareness is on your low back. Take nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your low back. And then your brain, your awareness is on your brain. Awareness is on the brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause. Pause and be still. And just being still. Kind of, yeah. So let's do another round of it. So again, you're inhaling. Your awareness is on your front heart, the center of your chest. Your awareness is on your front heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Then pause and let go. Just pause and let go for a moment. And then again, your awareness is on the front heart, the center of the chest. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. You're just pausing and being still. And then again, front heart, the center of the chest. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. The bottom of your tailbone. Your awareness is on the bottom of your tailbone. Your low back, the backside of your navel, known as the Mingmen, the low back area. Your awareness is on the brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness on the brain. And then just pause and be still. Let it incubate. So let's think about it like this. You know how be it yourself or somebody else. It's usually easier to see this in somebody else when they're super focused on something, right? They're super focused and they're like, what is this thing? And they're so focused, you go, John, 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 hey, John, John. And they don't hear anything because they're so focused on this, right? They're just like, "Ugh, what is this? Like, how do I use this? What's going on? Ugh." And everybody around them's like, John, John, John. And like, eventually they go, wait, I heard something in my surroundings, right? So that's like focus. And then awareness is aware of all the things going on in your surroundings, right? You're aware of the light and the noises outside and the air quality and the temperature and how things smell and how cozy your couch or your chair is and that softness of the blanket and you're aware of all of these things at once and might be hard to focus and do this, but you're aware of everything, right? You're aware of everything around you, right? You want the heart to be able to do both, right? And the idea of like the here we're doing stability and chaos lens, right? The idea being that we break the heart out of being focused on chaos, right? Just always looking for chaos, chaos, chaos. How do I fix this? How do I address this? How do I avoid this? What's going on? Because then we just see everything through the eyes of that. Like, think about like, okay, I'm learning about this for the first time, and then, it's a bottle of cinnamon, right? And then, you start talking to the person and they'll go, another thing about cinnamon is cinnamon's really good for putting in your coffee in the morning, or you take it in the morning and then the conversation goes about, whatever else is going on in the person's life. And then they go, another thing about cinnamon is I love the way that it smells. We've all been there where it's like, and another thing about this thing that I'm focused on, right? So we know that tendency is there, right? And so the idea being that when we've had very extreme or intense experiences or prolonged experiences, that it's just like focusing on that bottle of cinnamon. Like here, we're talking about chaos. We get focused where really what starts to happen is we just see chaos. And then if we're seeing how we think about ourselves, how we feel about ourselves, and how we value ourselves. We see it through the lens of chaos, right? And there's different lenses, but this one we're just talking about chaos, right? And so, when things don't go the way we'd like, or like the flow of life has been disrupted, or we're in environments where it's just everything's nuts, right? Or the world, everything is nuts, right? Then we start to see everything through that lens of chaos. Another thing about cinnamon, it starts to be not in a good way, another thing about chaos, right? And so to like be able to take those chaos lenses off and go, I'm not going to look through those lenses right now. Doesn't mean I don't need to be aware of that stuff. I'm not going to be focused on those things, right? And so when we go through and we work this aspect, that's what you're doing is you're shifting out of focus and you're shifting into awareness where you can go, oh, yes, there's some chaos, but there's also a bunch of stability. And even setting that aside, there's a bunch of other good things happening. And there's maybe some other negative things that I might have to address. Whatever it is, but you see the bigger picture, you see the fuller picture, right? And so this is enhancing your heart's ability to perceive, right? And to perceive like more clearly and not just perceive the things that have caused us to like focus on something, right? So there's lenses for like associated with trauma, associated with fear and not feeling safe and just survival drives and chronic pain and anyway. So we're going to move on to application B. We worked this, but I would still like to work it a little bit more. But we might circle around. We have plenty of time to do that. But I thought maybe you might have a share or a question about this, and even if you just want to share about how it felt, and like you were saying, it felt really good, right? So this is drawing out of something that we taught in the applied angelology class, right? Was
Yeah,
that the
that's
class?
exactly the
Yeah.
class.
So we did a bunch of different lenses, and just because that class went away, the idea or the teachings, I want to integrate it into a bunch of things because it is like a further development of the heart. So let's go ahead and do shares and questions. Unmute yourself, type in, and let's just see how you guys did.
Yeah, go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Morning. Um, it felt very deep,
Yeah,
in
yeah.
the heart, very, very deep. And I actually kind of felt like I started to channel something, like a real loving, probably because of all the angel work we're doing.
Sure. Yeah, yeah.
It was, I would have to be with it a little bit more. I mean, I'm certain a kind of a message came through,
Hmm.
um, but oh my
You
God.
you bring up a good point because like if we're focused and the soul is whispering guidance to us because that's the guidance that comes from the soul. It's not like, hello, you should do this. It's like, hey, you should probably do this.
Yeah.
It's a whisper. And if the lens is in a focus mode, it's like John, 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 John. And so the guidance doesn't come in, right? And
Right.
so I mean, I think you nailed it right off the bat. Like I have messages coming in, or I have some sort of guidance coming in, or
Yeah, and it just so gosh, this is wonderful. That's all I can say because
oh,
it
good.
yeah. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
Oh,
Yeah.
I did use towards the very end on the
Mhm.
first segment, I was using I used a little bit of yarrow. I don't know, I accidentally picked it up and it kind of helped clear the
Mhm.
cobwebs out of my brain.
Oh, good.
That was just before this one. So
Right.
maybe that was helpful too. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Well, and kind of in the vein of what you guys are saying, one of the things I noticed, like how we talk about the imagination of the heart,
Mhm.
and it was like something, it was deep, but it also like allowed something to clear. So my like this expansion of like potential or like
Mhm.
something like this imagination aspect.
Mhm.
Maybe I should be more like it was in the heart or something,
Mhm.
but it really like woke up and it was like, oh, like kind of like something cleared out so I could see a whole other
Mhm.
possibility of something.
Nice.
Yeah. I also feel very settled, which is
Mhm.
very nice. We had some shares as well. Sorry, my mouse is being funky this morning. Someone said, my heart continues to focus on sleep.
Yeah, I hear you.
Totally knocked me out. Really looking forward to the recordings.
Yeah, yeah, I hear you.
Somebody else shared initially, mind resisted to focus on the Ming Ming, but I stayed with it and in the end felt like stillness and meditation. I didn't want to come back to the body.
Yeah, so that's interesting, because in a way, you're shifting. It's not really that you're shifting, it's like you're realigning like how you process things. And like that part where you get to the Ming Men, it really helps to balance out the two sides of the brain, and it really breaks us out of the repetitive thinking of the intellect. And so, when I first started doing this practice, I didn't do the Ming Min in it. And I'd like go, oh, this feels good, but it still feels like it's missing something. Like, I still feel like a little bit in my head about stuff or, whatever it was. And then when the Ming Men got integrated, it's like you said, like, oh, feels like a meditation, or I had some sort of expansion, or even if it's that you're going deeper into the intuitive mind. And so, that is the process of the Ming Men, is it helps to balance out the brain rather than allowing the brain to be focused or too focused or even too much in intuition. Like it really helps to bring that balance to the mind. And so sometimes when a part of our mind is being a little bit more dominant, I catch this in myself where it's like, yeah, don't do that part. Like, don't, like I'm losing control, and it kind of goes back to what we're even trying to treat is, if that focus is there, which we all have it, we all have some version of it. Um, to the mind, letting go of that focus seems nuts. Like, why would you do that? The other shoe's going to drop. If you put your guard down, something bad's going to happen. There's a hypervigilance that's like within the mind. And it's really the nervous system, like, the nervous system and the fight flight mechanisms. It's like you're calming down the fight flight mechanisms even as they impact the mind, and the mind kind of is like, I this is nuts, we're in fight flight, didn't you get the message, didn't you get the memo? And you keep like calming it down and calming it down, and it's like, uh there was a message, there was a memo, and then finally it's just it shifts out of it. And so yeah, I would, we're going to do it again. So, but I mean, I would do this from time to time. I mean, uh, the different lenses I really like doing. I mean, it's one of my jams. Like, yeah, but anyway.
Yeah, I was thinking, ooh, good Thursday practice, just one lines work. Yeah. The person with the Meng Meng said, exactly, my mind wanted to skip the Meng Meng.
Right.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
yeah, I've been there. Nah, I'm good. Nah. Yeah. It's funny how the mind does stuff, huh? Okay. So we're going to come back to that, but we're going to go through and we're going to do application B. And with this, we're taking a step further, like how we like kind of process things. And this is in mysticism, there's this aspect called alatari. And you don't have to know anything about it. I'm just going to talk about it for a little bit. And alatari is the refinement of your energy body so that your energy body like takes in information and is able to process it to a much higher degree. So like think of it as information gathering associated with like clairvoyance and really deep intuition. Is it's not just like, oh, my mind perceives something. It's actually your energy body grabs up pieces of information and brings it back to the brain and goes, look what I found. Like I found a little bit of a secret, or I found a clue. I found a clue. Like, what do you think about this clue? And so it actually impacts the thalamus, which, kind of processes things and integrates things. And it just think of it as like processing information. So we've opened up, we've shifted from focus to awareness, and now we're like going, okay, now that we've shifted into awareness, let's gather information for it to be processed. And the gathering of information is not the same old thing that we see through the years. It's like we're opening up to new kinds of information coming in. And again, if we're looking at it from the point of view of the self-image, self-esteem, self-worth, it's like, yeah, I've read this book so many times. I've watched this rerun so many times. I'm ready for something new to come in. I'm ready for a new perspective. And so this idea of Alatari kind of contributes to this aspect. So in your kit, osmanthus, ginger lily, bushy madgrass, tolu balsam, Roman chamomile, cistus, lovage, arnica, fragonia, and an honorable mention that's not on the list is galbanum. Galbanum would be very good. Galbanum and actually blue lotus, but yeah, you could add them. Yeah, because I mean they're still A choices. I put them in my notes too. Yeah. So whichever one that you have, and let's begin inhaling with our awareness on the sex chakra. We're inhaling, our awareness is on the sex chakra. We're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, move your awareness to the low back, the backside of the navel, the Ming Men. Move your awareness to the front solar plexus, that area below your ribs on your upper abdomen, your front solar plexus. Move your awareness to the back heart, that area between the shoulder blades. The back heart area. Now move your awareness to the brain. And your awareness is on the crown. And then pause and let go. Just let it go. And just being still. Let's run through that one again. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. You're using the same oil. Taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your low back. The back side of your navel, the low back. Move your awareness to the front solar plexus. the back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. Your awareness is on your brain. Your awareness is on the crown. And then just let go. Just let it go. Let it incubate. You're just being still. Okay. So we have one more application to do before we circle around again and do it all again. But we're going to break for lunch. And I like us taking our time to go through and do this. When we circle back through it again, we'll do kind of like a daily version that you don't have to do the slow, methodical version of it. So you can have a little quick thing and we'll edit it out so you can have something to practice. But we're going to break for lunch. We'll come back at 1:30 Central Time, so an hour and a half from now, and we'll hit the ground running and also do shares and questions and all of that. So I'll see you in an hour and a half. We are moving over to Sacred Space, and it's going to have a little bit of what we're dealing with. It's going to have a little bit of that vibe if you want to join us for that. It's just 20 minutes, And so join us if you can. Hey, everybody. Let's come back. Give me just a second. My moved out of rotation. Okay. Okay. So we ended with application B in segment 4. Let's go ahead and finish up this segment and then we'll circle through it again. So application C, you have choices of the blend back heart chakra or vetiver, galbanum, blue cypress, mastic, patchouli, or sage. So choose your oil.
And the optional kit is the back heart chakra.
Okay, and this application is very simple. Our awareness is just going to be on the back heart. So your awareness is between the shoulder blades on the back heart.
Sorry guys, for your, if you got the optional kit for purchase, Violet Healer, my apologies.
Yeah. I don't know why that wasn't on my notes. Just somehow I left it out of my note. So you're using your oil. Your awareness is between your shoulder blades. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. You're pausing and being still. You're inhaling, your awareness is between your shoulder blades. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and let go. Again, your awareness is on the back heart, that area between the shoulder blades. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and let go. Just let it incubate. It's nice, huh? Yeah. Okay, so we did the piece right before lunch with the Alatari, refining our energy field, but also helping the vital centers, especially the thalamus, to process information and basically kind of integrate and keep things moving, right? And then the back heart, which we just worked, is associated with the transmutation of lower emotions. The emotions that are generated by being in fight flight. Again, if we're gonna fight, if our nervous system goes, okay, fight flight, we're gonna fight, right? So let's get angry so we fight better. And then the the flight part where, okay, we need to make a run for it. Fear comes in to help motivate you to run faster, run longer, run more intensely. Then the freeze component, we don't take any action because we're not sure what's happening and we don't want to, further the harm or make ourselves more vulnerable. So we freeze and we just kind of hold off from taking action. Confusion will set in. It's a way for the body to go, okay, don't move. So if you're confused, you're not going to go, I need to go left or I need to make a run for, you know, the parking lot over there or whatever it is. And then the feelings of abandonment and rejection, still a biological response. It's going to help facilitate you adjusting whatever you got to adjust to fit into the group or to that social setting, whatever it might be. And there's a bunch of other emotions, right? But if we look at that, we're trying to unwind the focus, and here we're looking at stability and chaos. That's still a byproduct of fight flight, right? Dysregulation of that part of the nervous system. Anytime that the heart is in a focused state, it's trying to make sure we avoid harm, stay away from harm, manage it, whatever it is. And here, the harm is just instability or chaos. That person is chaotic. Like, I used to have this friend that, like, I really didn't like to spend time with him because weird things were always going on with him. Like whenever you were hanging out with him, like some weird would go down. And it was really kind of probably a byproduct of his choices, but he was just very used to this like really chaotic thing. And so I was like, I not my cup of tea. So, and the unwinding of it with the stability chaos lens, it helps shift us into a place of awareness, and then we're processing the information that's around us, we're taking it in rather than being in this locked repetitive loop. right? And then here, the back heart is the janitor. It just goes through and kind of cleans everything up, mops everything up. It wipes down the counters and mops the floors, and most importantly, cleans the toilet, right? It cleans it all up. And so when we're looking at the idea of self-image, self-esteem, self-worth, we don't sit and contemplate and go, I think I'm going to feel this about myself, and I'm going to think about myself in this way, and this is my value. It's usually more a series of reactions, and it's a series of behaviors and the byproducts of the behaviors and the things that have happened, the water under the bridge. And so here you're shifting out of that stream, that stream of water that's the water under the bridge, and you're going, I'm gonna walk over to this park over here. I'm not gonna keep dealing with this bridge and all the water under it. So we'll share or do questions. You can unmute yourself or type in. Then we're gonna come back around and do a fast version of this particular segment. Something you can do daily. It's nice to do a long, drawn out, methodical version from time to time. Does not have to be a daily practice, but like this was a good therapy session. You could see what the benefits are. You can see how it feels. And then after that, you might do like a little 30-minute version at home in the evening. Every once in a while, I would do the long, methodical version. But if we're being practical, a 15, 20-minute, 30-minute version is probably what we're going to do most often. So let's go ahead and unmute and type in, and let's do some shares, and then we'll get back in and doing the quick version.
Let me. Someone shared breathing much better after this back heart practice.
Yeah. So the back heart chakra is also the energy center that impacts like the thymus and the physical heart and circulation, but also the lungs. It heavily impacts the lungs. So, a lot of times treating the back heart, your breathing improves.
The first round I used better, and it was really relaxing. And then the second round I found my violet healer, and it just kind of brought me to my happy place. Like I feel like I fell into the back heart, like so much cleared and expanded. Yeah, it was kind of a neat little twofer experience.
Very nice. Yeah.
I think people are excited for this.
The quick version. Okay, so no questions or anything? No, so we're good?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to go back to application A. Again, rhododendron, basil, myrrh, kava kava, or acacia. The blend, which is also in the kit for purchase, is Stability Chaos Lens. And you're inhaling, your awareness is on the front heart, the center of your chest. Your awareness is still on your front heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And you're just letting it go. Okay, again, front heart. Your awareness is on the front heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. You can tell we're emphasizing the front heart here. And then we're just going to work through the pattern. So last time, your awareness is on the front heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on the center of your chest. Now move your awareness to the back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Your awareness is on the back throat. Now, move your awareness to the bottom of your tailbone. Your awareness is on the tailbone, the bottom of your tailbone. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then your low back, the back side of the navel, your low back area. And then your awareness is on your brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your brain. Hey, you're going to let it go. You're letting it incubate for a moment. You know, if you were to put different terms for what we just did, that application we just did, you could say it makes your heart less stressed. You know, same idea. You know, different ways of saying it, but they all kind of mean the same thing. So with that, we're going to application B. So the blend alatari or osmanthus, ginger lily, bushy matgrass, tolu balsam, Roman chamomile, cistus, lovage, arnica, fragonia, galbanum, or blue lotus. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. You take a nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on your low back, the backside of your navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus, that area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. The front solar. Feels good, huh? Your back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. Back heart. The brain, your awareness is on the brain. And then the crown. Your awareness is on the crown. Your awareness is on your crown. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then you're just letting go. Okay, so we're going to pull out the back heart chakra, violet healer, vetiver, galbanum, blue cypress, mastic, some form of patchouli, or some form of sage. And your awareness is on the back heart, that area between the shoulder blades, the mystical janitor. And then pause and let go. And again, your awareness is on the back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Mm. Mm. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then pause and let go. Just let it incubate. Notice how you feel, your body, your emotions, and your thoughts. And let's go ahead and do some shares. Questions? You can unmute yourself or type in.
Yeah, go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg. Yesterday, when we were talking, and other times also, we've talked about that. I've asked this question, and others have too, about rotating with different oils. This one looks like it may not need the rotation as much, but do you rotate the oils?
Yeah, I
If
do.
you
Yeah,
do?
yeah, yeah. Um, I don't know, like I said yesterday, like they each kind of have their own personalities. I mean, I would say the majority of the time I use the blends because the blends are made specifically for, the practices that we're doing. But I still go off script and like start using single oils and like I like to use sage a lot. Like I like to use poplar a lot. I like to use aloes a lot. I like to use tuberose a lot. And so sometimes I might do some of these practices, but I'm like, I'm just gonna do it with sage and I'll work the patterns. And so I think anytime you're working with any of the oils, I mean, part of the benefit of working with oils is, you know, for one, just putting your awareness on the different centers and then kind of taking your time and being still, you're shifting out of dysregulation and you're improving vagal tone. And any time that you're working with an oil, regardless of its properties, you're usually either diminishing dysregulation or you're improving vagal tone or you're bringing balance to the nervous system. And the idea of smelling something, the olfactory system is tied to shifting our nervous system and shifting like the mind, like the repetition of thought in the mind. The sense of smell is tied to being able to shift that. And so like on a very low level, you could say like almost any oil would work for these. They just don't work as well as some of the others, but really they kind of do work. And so I always try to shoot to be as efficient as possible, but sometimes I'm just in a sage mood or I'm just in a poplar mood or something like that. And so I just kind of do do everything with those oils for a little bit. And so, you know, I would experiment with it. I mean, I try to stick to this from time to time, or maybe more often, and then time to time, experiment with some of the others. I mean, I think experimentation is also always kind of a good thing, because if you think about like part of vagal tone or part of the intuitive mind is also observing, and so you go, okay, I'm going to experiment. Okay, how do I feel? This feels a little bit like it did last time, but different. Like just that, you're switching out of dysregulation and you're improving vagal tone, you know. So experimentation, I think, is good.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Yeah, I just love hearing you talk about it too, because I mean, did the vetiver and then did the violet healer and two very different experiences, but also they complement like being
Yeah.
able to do,
They very much complement each other.
that was kind
Yeah.
of reinforce what you were
Yeah.
saying.
And I think it was like Denise, like earlier, was like, I use yarrow, I got to clean the cobwebs out. So there you go. She knew that yarrow would probably work for her, and so that's what she did, and she had a great experience. So
And we've had some more shares. Someone shared when we were doing the front heart, the awareness kept shifting to the soles of the feet. Any specific reason?
well, I'm not sure. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not sure.
Someone shared people used to tell me that I analyze too much and not too sensitive and seem confused. After this class, I feel I am not crazy. Thank you for taking the time to explain.
Well, that
with
was the
examples.
original title for this class. Thank you for helping me to realize I'm not crazy. But yeah. That's funny. Yeah. So, okay. So how about we'll come back straight up on the hour and we'll go to the restoration of the self, which is vagal anchoring. If you want to look for helichrysum, St. John's wort, strawflower, jasmine, angelica, osmanthus, or the blend of vagal anchoring. We'll come back at straight up on the hour. Hey, everybody. So we're going to segment 5, and this is restoration of the self. And what we're kind of leaning on here is we're leaning on the restorative process of the body, or what we call vagal anchoring, right? So a lot of times when we're trying to shift into rest and repair mode, we're going into vagal tone, right? When that part of the nervous system is lacking tone, fight, flight, and rest and repair are constantly tugging and pulling like they're in a tug of war a little bit, right? And so when we're active and doing things during the day, we're a bit more in the action mode, not necessarily fight, flight, but like the action activity mode. And then when it comes time to start relaxing and going to bed, we shift over into the rest and repair mode. When we lack good vagal tone, that tug of war is always being won by action and activity, which turns into fight, flight, or stress. The longer it's there, the more that it goes into like a stress mode. So rest and repair mode is good. And then, even if we have a stress state, part of how we pull out of it is being able to go into that vagal tone or that rest and repair mode. But for deeper levels of restoration, when we have reached a stress state or when we've been in a stress state for a prolonged period of time, when we have an injury, be it physical or psychological, how we unwind that, how we restore that is we go into vagal anchoring, which is a much deeper level of vagal tone, right? Vagal tone is good for every day, right? But you could say, vagal anchoring is the vagal Marines. Like it comes in and hits the beach on really bad problem things and goes, okay, let's clean this up. Let's get this repair happening right now. Go. Right. And so this is tied more to your prefrontal cortex, which means your prefrontal cortex is associated with impulse control and decision making. And if you think about like when you're in a very stressed state, impulse control kind of goes out the window, and so does decision making. You're making a decision, trying to put fires out in front of you because we're stressed out, right? So we want to go into that restorative aspect, that deeply restoring, healing aspect of our nervous system. And in that, it really helps to unwind the damage that's been done, the damage that's been done to the body, the damage that's been done to the emotions, and the damage that's been done to the thought processes. Like if we spend a lot of time stress thinking, what happens is even when everything's safe, we start to do very hypothetical thinking. But what if this happens? What if that happens? What if this goes wrong? What if I do this? This might go bad. Like, ugh, I better not do this. You really start hypothetically making decisions rather than what's in front of you, right? So when we hit this level or degree of restoration, we're restoring self-image, self-esteem, and self-worth, right? So we're going to go through and do the restoration of the self. So your blend is vagal anchoring, or helichrysum, St. John's wort, strawflower, jasmine, osmanthus, or angelica. And angelica is especially good for vagal anchoring. Like if you look at the blend vagal anchoring, majority of it is angelica. So pull out the oil that you're going to use. Okay, and now begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your throat. Your awareness is on your throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. I mean, I have some, but okay, so now you're going to go to the high heart. So where the upper chest and lower throat kind of mix, that little notch between your two collarbones, your awareness is on the high heart. And then your awareness is on the back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. You're coming to the jaw minors where they hinge in front of the ear. Your awareness is on the jaw minors. Now move your awareness up to the temples. Go to your back head. And then your forehead. Your awareness is on your forehead. And then pause and be still. Just pause and be still. And just being still. How did that feel? How did that feel? Okay, let's cycle through that one again. Your awareness is on the throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move to your high heart, that area where your upper chest and bottom of your throat merge, that little notch between your two collarbones. The back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Your jaws, the jaw minors, where they hinge in front of the ears. Your awareness is on the temples. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the temples. The back head, your awareness is on the back head. Now move your awareness to the forehead. Then pause and let go. Notice how you feel. Now, like I said, the vagal anchoring has to do with the restorative qualities of the nervous system. You know, the ability to complete the neural loops and then restore the body. The thing that I would also say is vagal anchoring starts to be where, you know, in mystical practices, you know, like in the star, we say we're surrounded by the white light. Only good comes to me, only good goes from me, right? And then, you know, like a little bit deeper, you would say, I am protected by the divine white light or the pure white light, right? The white light of Christ. And the idea is that the white light or the light is you know just mechanisms of a certain part of our nervous system. You know, it's it's the rest and repair mode, but a much deeper version of that. And so when we start to achieve vagal anchoring, it is a form of protection because then the nervous system, or if you want to look at it from the point of view of light, the light comes in and it actually diminishes any sort of negativity that's directly projected at us. Or if we're in the radiatory field, like when you walk into an office and you're fine, you feel great, you're feeling amazing. You know, you just went to Starbucks, you have your little drink in your hand, and you walk into this office, and everybody's super stressed out. And in 15 minutes, you're like, this doesn't taste very good, and I'm out of here. Like, I'm just, ugh, right? It's because it wasn't directed at you, but you're swimming in the field like a goldfish in a bowl of water, right? You're literally swimming in the stress energy that then impacts your nervous system or begins to physicalize in your energy body. However you want to look at it. It's the same thing, it's just different explanations, right? And so when we achieve this idea of vagal anchoring, we can walk into that stressed out office and go, this drink still tastes amazing. All these guys are stressed out. I should probably leave, or I'm going to sit and watch this, because it's not impacting you. And so we all want that. We all need that. Like, the crazier the world is, the more that we need these aspects of our nervous system to do what they potentially can do. And so this idea of vagal anchoring is more than just like, oh, this helps me feel good, or oh, this helps me to restore my nervous system. It helps me to restore my sense of self, right? Helps me to restore the the self-image, the self-esteem, the self-worth. It also starts to have like a protective quality so that we're not injured with our nervous system going into dysregulation, and we're not injured in the way that we see ourselves and feel about ourselves, and even how we establish value for ourselves. And so it's a simple process, but it is profound. It is very, very profound. And so, there's even deeper levels of vagal activity, but, we'll get there eventually. But right now, you have vagal tone, you have vagal reinforcement, which is just like helping to reestablish that pattern of vagal tone. And then you have vagal anchoring, which is a much deeper level of vagal tone where it just starts to restore. Again, I go to like when we're really sick or we really have been injured, a good vagal tone is like, okay, the body starts to heal. But when you have like vagal anchoring, you can go into a deep state of relaxation and your body will rapidly heal in a short amount of time. And I go to this, I've had experiences with that myself, but like I go to this situation where it was a very old client, and I, old meaning I hadn't seen him for a long time. And I worked on the whole family and the kids and all of that. And the husband, who is this really smart architect guy, and he was skiing one day, and the best they can figure out is somebody slammed into him on the ski slope. He remembers skiing, and then he woke up and he had shattered his pelvis, and like the shards of the bones from his pelvis went up into his internal organs and perforated his different organs. And I mean, that he lived was amazing just by itself. And so, he lived, but he he had to go through like a few surgeries, and he had to really spend time resting, and then a little bit of rehab of learning how to walk again, and just because he had been so badly injured. Well, before this ski event, he had had prostate cancer. And prostate cancer most times grows very slowly, and so they take their time in treating it because it's not an immediate crisis. Like, so they start treating it with medications, and they start doing things as long as you can pee and it's not too critical. They treat it over a period of time. And so, he was working with his oncologist and he was getting treatment, but then this injury happened. He's in the hospital and they reconstructed his pelvis and you know, helped with the abdominal issues, and then he had to do physical therapy and all these things. And so it was like a couple of months of being in the hospital. I think it was about 3 months. And so he's better. He's healed. He can walk, and he's a bit sore and a little bit shaken, but he gets back to working and everything. And he goes, okay, it's time to go see the oncologist again. And so he goes to see the oncologist, and the oncologist knows that he's not been on his medications and knows that he's done no treatment or anything because they've been just trying to stabilize his pelvis and everything. And the oncologist goes, we've done a bunch of tests. You don't have cancer anymore. You for whatever reason, like, you don't have cancer. And they were like, well, I was pretty far along with the cancer. Why didn't you go back through and maybe run the tests again? They went through and they did all the testing. They're like, your cancer is gone. And, you know, he's just like a practical, no nonsense guy. He was like, okay, if for sure. And then he just went along his life. And so, I was talking with his wife about it. And she was like, we don't know what happened. Like, all of a sudden, he just didn't have cancer anymore. And again, I go back to when you have deep levels of vagal, not just vagal tone, but vagal anchoring, like, miraculous things can happen in the body. The body can restore itself and do things that if you don't have vagal anchoring, it just doesn't happen. So your ability to rest and repair is heightened. And if you look at any sort of cancer growth, any sort of tumor growth, it is a very dysregulated state in the nervous system that is contributing to the cancer growth. And so that got calmed down, and his body went into this deep vagal anchoring. And when they went back to look, it was gone. Right. And so who couldn't use a little of that in their life? You know, for myself, I haven't ever had anything that extreme, but there's been times where, you know, Samantha's seen it a couple of times where, I hurt my back pretty bad, and then usually I'd be down for a couple of weeks, and I'm like, ugh. And I take like a bunch of spikenard or I take a bunch of something where I'm like, I'm gonna sleep. And I go and I just get that really deep sleep. And when I wake up, it's like the injury never happened. Like, it's just gone. And I've done that with my shoulder as well. Nursing it for a few days, and I was like, this is BS. I'm tired of dealing with this. And you really have to go deep in sleep. But then when you wake up, my shoulder is better, you know. And so this idea of vagal anchoring, the more that you do it, the greater potential you have for this aspect in your nervous system, right? So anyway, I would say the idea of vagal anchoring too also contributes to that ability of being able to see the good and the bad in a situation and holding it in your heart and being able to go, yeah, they're both there. It's not an either or. It's not only good, only bad. It's both are present, and I can be with it and be non-reactive. Mhm. So anyway,
I just wanted to add also, just with the vagal anchoring, the experience of how it impacts, like, when your vagal anchoring is like, I don't know how to say it, but when we went to the airport
yeah,
and how it impacted
right,
a dysregulated area where we
right,
were,
right.
like the customer service agents, like it almost seemed like it put them into a regulated state.
Right. So like what she's talking about is like a while back I'd done some really intensive vagal anchoring work. and we were traveling, and we had several different situations where like we were interacting with people at the airport, or people where we had to go and have this meeting with people, and everybody was in a bad mood and like being snotty with everybody, and like we were looking at each other like, okay, let's just be non-reactive. But somebody is having a bad day and got up on the wrong side of the bed. And then we got up there, and usually, I'm wearing a kurta, I'm a little weird looking, I got long hair, it's I don't usually get somebody's best effort. I know that. I no big deal, right? And like soon as we would walk up and just sit there, and we weren't even really saying a whole lot, all of a sudden the demeanor of everybody completely changed, and people were like, it was like they were having like an amazing day. And then when we walked away, we kind of stopped and looked back, like, what just happened? They went back to being snotty. It wasn't like they were amazing after that. It's like they just, whatever interaction they were having with us, they were like very nice, very kind, very complimentary, went out of their way for us, and we're kind of lingering, like they didn't want us to go. And then when we left, we kind of stepped back and go, did that just happen? And they went right back to being snotty. And so, maybe a coincidence. I don't know. Didn't seem like it, but
It happened so many times
it
that
happened
way.
often.
So
Yeah,
interesting. But it was because of the vagal,
yeah.
vagal tone, vagal anchoring stuff.
So anyway, shares or questions, you can unmute yourself, you can type in.
Someone shared, I had a very deep nap after this process.
Oh, good. Good.
Yeah, on that second round, I was just falling asleep.
Yeah. Yeah.
The person also shared, but I could see some images.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
And go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey, Dorothy.
Hey, that was very nice and calming and soothing. I wanted to ask a little more about the vagal anchoring. Uh, since we did a section on vagal anchoring recently in the, I think it's, I'm gonna say the angel heart, in an
Right.
angel heart class. And I remember you and Sam both mentioned that situation about the people that you encountered being so nice. Well, anyway, that story really made an impression on me, and I thought, I really want to work this hard. That's sounds very good, especially if I have to go somewhere for help.
Sure.
Well, anyway, but I was looking that up, and I see that the pattern in that class was different from the pattern in this class. So I guess, are we doing slightly different things, or?
Yeah, we're doing different things. Like here, we're really kind of shifting a little bit more of restoring how we see ourselves, like self-image, that then filters down to self-esteem and then self-worth. And so the patterns are different because of that. I would say if you're wanting to work it, I would do both. But here it's really kind of targeting like restoring the self, rather than in the angel heart class, it was about increasing the potential of being able to hold something in the heart. And so you even though you're still working with vagal anchoring, there's different aspects that you can work. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Well, I guess you gave the answer just to both of them. Uh, what do you think? The previous one has a little more effect on the people around you, or not
I
necessarily?
would say both.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that the one we did previous was a little bit more general, and this one's a little bit more of how we see ourselves. And if we see ourselves in a particular way, like if you think
Yeah.
about it, like if we have good self-image and somebody's obnoxious and says something really insulting, we don't lose who we are. You know what I mean?
we don't have like a wound that hits the self-image or the self-esteem. You just go, oh, somebody's having a bad day. Where when we don't have great like vagal anchoring and somebody goes, you know what, you're a da 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 da. It's like, ugh, that one kind of hurt. It's like it takes it off. And so in doing so, it changes how you interact, especially when people being snotty, like
Yeah.
mean or snotty or, abrasive or whatever it is. It takes the edge off. Like a lot of times we might get triggered because we're trying to protect ourselves from getting the wound. But when you go ahead, take your best shot. And somebody says that and then says something nasty and you can just go, okay, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but it didn't wound. It's going to change how you interact. And if you change how you're interacting, it has an influence on people, maybe not consciously, but unconsciously. It will
Yeah,
change
that
and shift
makes sense.
them, however. Yeah.
Thank you. That's great. So as far as the perhaps healing effect or the protection, both of them were
Both
both
of
of
them
them.
would do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Both of them. Yeah.
Well, great. I guess I have two tools then. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Good.
Oh, let's see. You were talking about the spikenard to get deeper sleep.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I know about putting it on the feet and at night, or so. Would you take it internally?
Yeah, oh sure.
Oh,
I like if I'm having a hard time sleeping, it doesn't happen often these days, but I used to have a really bad problem with it. Put it on your feet, especially between the toes, rub a little bit at the base of your skull, and I take like 3 or 4 drops internally.
oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you for
It
all.
usually knocks me right out.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, you're so okay, so how about we'll come back at 4:20 and we are going to treat influence from others, which means it's etheric chords time. So we're going to do a little shielding and etheric chords. So I'll see you in 15 minutes. Hey everybody, let's come on back and we're going to do segment 6. So here we're going to combine a couple of things. We're going to first combine emotional shielding. Now, the idea is that you firm up your energy body so that other people's emotions don't really impact you. But if you go, I don't know about that. I don't know if I believe in that. I get it. And you could say, if you set aside the energetic aspect and you look at it from the point of view of the nervous system, it firms up your action activity part of your nervous system. It helps make it non-reactive so that when people project negative emotions at you, or you're in a situation where there's just negative emotions floating around, it's not specific to you, but everybody's angry, everybody's stressed out, everybody's sad, whatever it is, it has a diminished impact on your nervous system and how you react, right? So, be it that you want to look at it from the energetic point of view, if you want to look at it from the nervous system point of view, for me, they're not really that different other than the explanation, right? They're really just two sides of the same coin. So, we're basically helping to generate a non-reactiveness in the body when we do shielding practices, right? So with that, you have the blend emotional shielding, or you have black spruce, juniper, bushy madgrass, Litsea cubeba, poplar balsam, arnica, or rosemary verbena. So choose something. And here we're going to do the materialization breath. And remember, the materialization breath, for one, is shifting you out of a dysregulated state and moving you into deeper levels of vagal tone. Or from an energetic point of view, you're materializing light into the body. Like vagal tone, another way of saying that is light. You're bringing light into the nervous system, you're bringing light into the body. So here you're anchoring light into the form, into the body, into the emotions, into the mind. So you're going to take your bottle, right? You're going to hold it to your chest. You're going to lower your chin. You inhale through your nose, hold your breath, bring your head up, and exhale. And then down, inhale, up, exhale. 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 Just be still. You're just being still. Now, let's do that again. Bottle to your chest, chin down. Inhale, hold your breath. Up, exhale through the mouth. Down, inhale. Up, exhale through the mouth. Down, inhale. Up, exhale. 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 Just be still. Now, let's do another round. This time, do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths at your own pace. Remember, lower your chin, inhale, up, exhale, that's 1. Do 8 or 9 of those. Okay, let's do it one more time. Bottle to your chest, lower your chin down to your chest, 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Okay, notice how you feel. How does that feel to you, by the way? Yeah, you don't want to open your eyes. Apparently, Samantha's done for the day. Okay, so now we're going to do the part with the cords. So just to revisit, when we have interactions with people, there's like an energetic connection where energy moves back and forth between us and the person. There can be good interactions, right? Like, so your family, your friends, your loved ones, you have cords, but they're healthy cords. They're good cords. They're good connections, right? Then you have connections with people that are very neutral, like, person at a store, or, maybe somebody you work with, where, you just have some pleasant exchanges, the UPS man, the post office, whatever, just normal interactions. And then you have negative interactions. And as weird as it sounds, the negative interactions and the neutral interactions um, are the weakest chords. The strongest chords are the people you love, right? But the negative ones impact us. They cause us to be dysregulated. They cause us to stress out. And so what happens is, their energy will mix with us and cause us to get a little bit agitated or get us a little stirred up. They basically trigger us into going into fight, flight, or some sort of defensive mode, right? The difficulty is if we're exposed to it long enough, we also start taking on the tendencies of the person. And if you ever notice like you're maybe in a bad argument with somebody and pretty soon you start kind of acting or behaving like them, it's like all of a sudden, in your mind, you're just like, I'm going to give it back to them. But energetically, it's a kind of contamination. Now, again, if you think that, I don't know about the energy thing, you just look at it from the point of the nervous system. The more dysregulated we are, the more we're going to have agitation with things in the environment. So things that don't make us feel comfortable is going to be agitating, and things that come up and are agitating are going to make us feel uncomfortable, right? And so our nervous system is going to have a reaction to try to stabilize, try to protect ourselves, try to defend ourselves, try to stabilize ourselves. A lot of times with chords, it's more about trying to stabilize, And so it's partially your nervous system, but it's also a little bit your immune system. Your immune system keeps out outside invaders, viruses, bacterias, uh, fungus, things like this, spores. But it also, the immune system sees as outside invaders a jerk at work or an obnoxious person in your vicinity or your family. Whatever that is, your immune system goes, I don't know about this. They're going to hurt us. Keep them away. So your immune system will actually get agitated as well, along with your nervous system. So the idea of working these chords or these connections, basically, you're very specifically increasing vagal tone as it comes to a person, a situation, or a past event. Because we might have chords to a situation or a past event, not just a person, right? So if you got into a car accident and you think about it, and every time you get a little bit stirred, you could say you're having a neurological reaction, you're getting triggered, but also there's a cord between you and that situation. And when you think of it, you're kind of energizing it. And that event is also, you're tapping into the energy, you feel it, and it's a little upsetting, right? So we want to neutralize all of these things. We want to neutralize the effects that negative people have on us. And we want to also deepen our connection to the people we care about and we love, right? We could have very healthy cords between us and, say, a partner or a loved one or a friend. But say one of us has a very stressful job and then we get around each other, some of like my stress is going to end up affecting my friend's stress or Samantha's stress or, something like that, right? So we want to minimize this. Yeah. So let's pull out, you can use Etheric Chords Premium. ironbark eucalyptus, rue, St. John's wort, marjoram, poplar balsam, rose, or jasmine. So find something that you're going to use, and we're going to do a slightly different version of this. Already feeling the chords of the people you're going to work. So normally we would go, okay, think of a person. And as you think of that person, it brings it up to your nervous system, to your conscious awareness, or to your energy body. And then we would work on increasing vagal tone or diminishing the negative energy with that person or situation. But here we're going to do something a little bit deeper. We're going to go to the temples, which this is associated with your prefrontal cortex. It has to do with impulse, your reaction, and decision making, right? So let's put our awareness up on the temples and begin inhaling. Your awareness is just on your temples. You're not thinking about anything, you're just concentrating on your temples. Hmm. Okay, so pause for a second. Now, part of what happens is you're flushing out or calming down, however you want to say it, your tendency to react and the tendency to be agitated. So energetically, yes, you're working the prefrontal cortex here, but what's being flushed out is the back of the knee, the ankle, and the soles of the feet. And even if you look at it from your neurology, your body, like these areas affect neurotransmitters in the body, right? A good example, this is a very simple example, but say, during cold and flu season, if your feet get excessively hot or excessively cold, it stimulates the neurotransmitters and it starts to affect the mucous membranes, and it increases the potential for you getting sick or having an allergic reaction because of variation of temperature of your feet, right? So your feet are tied to sensory gathering and then affecting the rest of your physiology, right? And so if you look at it from an energetic point of view, the bottom part of your aura is the dirtiest part of the aura. And when you flush things out there, it kind of rapidly cleans the aura and helps you to have more peace and stillness. Again, it's the same idea, it's just very different explanations, right? So if you notice, just inhaling on the temple feels very nice. Yes. So now we've inhaled on the temple. So now go to your person. Think of some person who, an obnoxious person in your life. somebody who you could use a little less of. Keep thinking of the person and take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. How did that? And again, your awareness is on the temples. Inhale with your awareness on the temples. And then pause. Okay, think of the person. Begin inhaling. Focus on that same person and begin inhaling. Ooh. And then pause and be still. Okay, your awareness is on your temples again. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your temples. Let that go. Now, a different person. Think of a different person.
So you're focused on the person and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're still thinking of that person. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths.
And then just pause and be still. Back to your temples. You're inhaling, your awareness is on the temples. You're going to let that go. Reflect on a situation. And a situation means that something that's happening, an active scenario or situation, something where you're doing something, you're having to interact with people, you're trying to do a goal or deadline, or something's happening and you're having to address it. But something, just some scenario. And whatever it is, observe that scenario and take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Just let it incubate for a moment. Your awareness is on the temples. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then let that go. And again, a situation, an active situation. Could be a different one or it could be that same one. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause. Your awareness is on your temples. We're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're letting that go. You're going to a past event, something that's done, it's gone, it's history, but it still might be impacting you. And then pause and let it go. How's this stranger, by the way? Okay, one more time. Your awareness is on the temples. And then let that go. And we're going to go to that same past event. So your past event, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and let it go. Now we're going to go back to using the vagal tone, or excuse me, vagal anchoring. So you have vagal anchoring, helichrysum, St. John's wort, strawflower, jasmine, angelica, or asmanthus. Choose what you're going to use. You're going to inhale, and your awareness is between your eyebrows. Very nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness between the eyebrows on the ajna. And again, your awareness is on the temples. Just let it go. So you don't have to do the vagal anchoring. It's just, again, it helps a little bit with the restorative process. But we go through, we do the emotional shielding to diminish dysregulation in this situation. And then we do the etheric chords, and doing it on the temples flushes out the reactiveness of the situation, our agitation. And so by doing it, it should be deeply relaxing, and it makes it easier and easier to disconnect or to restore the nervous system. And then at the very end, we just do a little final tweak with the vagal anchoring to deepen the restorative processes. So let's go ahead and do shares and questions if you'd like.
Yeah, go ahead, Laura.
Hey.
You can unmute yourself.
Sorry, it took me a second to unmute it. I was pretty out of it. Would you repeat what we go to the temples because it takes us out of what?
Well, it's very regulating to the prefrontal cortex, and it reduces the reactiveness or agitation in the body from whatever connection or situation that it might be about. And so, it helps to improve impulse control and decision making. But really, if you just boil it down, like agitation and reactiveness. So if you have somebody, it's like every time I'm around them, I get so upset. Like it would calm down that reactiveness where, like, yeah, that person's a jerk, but they don't get under my skin.
Got it. Got it. Thank you. This
You're
was a
so
great class. Thank you very
good. I'm
much.
glad.
And go ahead, Ralph.
Hey, Ralph.
Okay.
Hey.
I'm rebuilding my computer system. Can you hear me okay?
Uh-huh.
Okay, good. Yeah, that was really interesting. You said the instruction was to go for an event,
Yes.
and I went to an event, and it was in the house I grew up in where kind of a lot of things happened in that space.
Okay.
And so my attention went to that space
Yeah,
more
sure.
than it went to a particular event.
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
Because like in that space, like a bunch of things happened, it sounds like.
Yeah,
So
it's almost like I need to go through and hit that space with light white violet or something,
yeah.
in my recollection, because there's so much like dirty gray in that area.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, good. How do you feel?
And a little discombobulated after that, but otherwise good.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, maybe like from time to time, just go and revisit it like that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doing the temples and then the event or the place.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
good. Thanks.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey.
Well, I kind of wondered if I didn't have a cord to somebody else, from the past.
Mhm.
Like I was still holding on to something,
Sure.
or, can
Yeah.
it go both ways, so to
Yeah.
speak?
Oh, yeah.
Um, so the same process kind of,
Same process. Same everything. Yeah.
okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think,
You're so welcome.
and
How do
as
you
far
feel?
as, well, I think it's going to be really quite groundbreaking if I'm able to
Yeah.
do it.
Oh, good.
To be honest with you.
Right.
But on the contamination that you picked up more recently, that one just is because I can see where it will kind of continue to reattach, So it'll be something I have to just work all the time if a cord's
Yeah,
contaminated.
especially if it's people around you like a lot or somebody you're connected to, you know, it could be somebody at work or a family member or, somebody in your periphery, like a friend or something. And, one shot might make you feel better, but you'll have to kind of do it on a regular basis. But the thing that I would say is good as you go through and you do it, you kind of like evolve yourself to a place to where it impacts you less and less, and you kind of learn like behaviors on how to handle those situations or reactions. Yeah.
That would be great. So you
Yeah.
said focus on the temples, the
Yes.
situation and the temples, right?
Be it a person, a situation, or event. Do
Okay.
temples and then whatever it is. And the temples helps to reduce the reactiveness and the agitation in the situation.
Okay. But do I do the person event or that first or the temples first?
Do the temples first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Greg.
You
Thank
don't
you.
necessarily have to do all of those. You could just go, I'm going to work a person. So do the temples and then the person, and then let it cook, and then go temples and then the person.
Excellent. Thank you
Yeah.
very
You're
much.
so welcome.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey,
Hi, that was great.
good.
Um, I so I have a question because the
Mhm.
the person these were past people, but there's
Sure.
still stuff that is my desire is it to just fall away, and that's okay to do that, right?
Sure.
So when you're doing the etheric chords, it's just strengthening. It's not strengthening the bond, but it's clearing the cord so it can just drop to the earth,
Well,
right?
if it's a person that you have a connection to and it's like a positive, it would strengthen the bond. If
Uh-huh.
it's I think the clinical term is a jackass. If it's a jackass, then it would increase your ability to disconnect and not feel drawn, because sometimes, we feel like, well, I should interact, or, I want to keep the peace, or, whatever
Yep.
pops in our head. But if they're obnoxious, then you keep undoing it to where you just go, I'm not doing this dance anymore. I'm just not,
Sure. I mean,
and so that would be falling away. Yeah.
okay, great.
Yeah.
And interestingly enough, like I haven't had contact with either of these people in a decade, but just the last week they've popped up quite present, and I'm like, get out.
Yeah, like, just because there's been time doesn't necessarily mean that there's still not a connection or something. So it's really good to go back and revisit those things from 10,
Okay.
20, 30 years ago or whatever, because
Okay.
even though we don't really think about them, they are still an influence. There's still that connection. There's still, how we talk about like the body still thinks those situations are happening. Somebody like that, they think the body still thinks they're sitting in the corner, like sitting in the room with you. You know what I mean? Like it's still kind of a thing. So I would
Sure.
keep working about it until you think about them and go, oh yeah, yeah, I haven't thought about them in ages. And there's like no stirring of anything.
Sure.
So,
Okay, great.
yeah.
Um, and then going back to yesterday,
Mhm.
can you, if I, because I had a huge body reaction last night, and we did the first one, which is kind of holding the good, bad,
Right. It's the angel heart. Like, yeah.
angel heart. That's the
Right.
first one. And then the second one was closing down the repetitive imagery of the
The closing down the loops. Yeah.
loops. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the third one was stabilizing, right?
I can't remember. I have to go back and look. I've slept since then, so
You have.
yeah, it's stabilizing. Yes,
Okay.
you're exactly right. Yeah.
So last night, like that deep pain I tapped into yesterday,
Mhm.
last night my body had a reaction that it's had before, but less of a less of a response, if that makes sense. It
Yeah.
went back to the let's just say the original trauma that, was dogpiled on over the
Right.
years.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
And the only thing that would calm the body down last night was rue, which I thought was fascinating. I tried everything.
Yeah. So like rue is very good for conflict and it's very good for dysregulation in the nervous system. But I would say one thing I don't talk about this too much because we don't go too much in depth in this area, at least not yet. Um,
Yeah.
but so it calms down the dysregulation and like I said, very good for anything that's conflict oriented. But
Yeah.
part of what it does is it helps to calm things down that are in the unconscious. So like
Uh,
you're not conscious of any of this stuff, right? It's it could even be some wounding that happened and like you feel part of it, but there's part that's even deeper in the unconscious where, unconscious meaning you have no access to it. Like even if you go, I'm going to think about that person or that situation or that pattern and nothing comes, like just nothing
sure.
comes, but it's still influencing you. It still has
Hmm.
an impact. And so one of the things that Rue is really good at is like calming those unconscious waters that, we have no idea what it's about.
Sure.
Really good for
That
that. In
that
fact, here's my Rue right here. Like, it's always like right by me because, some situation, you have a response, somebody does something, part of what you're acting is to them. Part of it is some conditioning that maybe is not them, but is a pattern. But then there's also a component of it that there's some aspect in the unconscious that's usually tied to like really primal drives of survival.
hmm
Like I would say they're tied to the state of the body, and Rue is good for calming that down.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And I guess I've come to this point. Some things I don't need to know. We just need to have them not influence me anymore.
Especially if it's in the unconscious. A lot of times even like when we have those experiences to the conscious mind, it kind of doesn't make any sense. So like you try to make sense out of it, but unconscious mind is unconscious. So,
Sure.
you can recognize like, oh, that feeling, or I feel unstable, or I feel whatever, but really there's not going to be any cognitive processing it or even
Sure.
like emotional processing.
Sure.
Emotional processing is a lot of stuff. Not really that.
Yeah.
You know.
Now, I think this is related to deep terror as it relates to physical
Sure.
violence.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Um, and so if I keep working the Rue, and it's interesting because I love Rue Complex, but Rue was the one last night. It's like just
Mhm.
Rue. So if I keep working that, just, you know, brain, spine, brain, soles of the feet over a period of time, will it just,
Yeah, you could do that. And sometimes also like how I was just talking about, like doing the etheric chords and it hits the back of the knee, the ankle, the soles of the
yeah?
feet.
Okay.
You could work the temple and then the back of the knee, the ankle, and the soles of the feet.
Okay.
Do you remember? I don't remember what the class was. It was a couple Januaries ago where it had true nature in it and it had
What did it have in it?
true nature. Hold on, I'll tell you the class because I'm sure you had the class.
Yeah.
But in it, there is a blend called primal self.
Okay.
And primal self is about establishing order in the unconscious.
Okay. Oh, that would be good to know.
Yeah.
And then would you suggest if we find that to do temple, back of the knee, ankle, and soles of the feet?
For you, yeah, that would be good. Yeah, perfect.
Okay. All right.
We're
And
looking up to see what class.
okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, I think remember creating your life altar?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in that kit.
Creating. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
My primal self right here.
Do you have
Can
that with
you
you,
know
really?
primal self?
No primal
Okay,
self.
hold on. Can we look up primal self? It's it's not been in a class.
Looked up primal and that would have put it up. And there was no primal in any of our last kids.
Okay.
Unless I'm a terrible speller, which I've been known.
Oh, it might have been primordial, actually. Yeah, that's probably what it is.
That was in resonance.
Okay, that
Okay.
was in resonance.
And it is, just want to make sure, primordial self.
Yeah, primordial self. It's in the resonance class.
Okay.
Yeah.
And while we're on it,
And the idea, because like even like the Ming Men is about transmutation and raising the vibration, but part of what that does is it helps to establish order, right?
Mhm.
So on one level, it's like establishing order of like the chaos that can be in the body when we're in a dysregulated state, or emotions, or whatever. But part of the establishing order is establishing order within the unconscious.
Okay. And that is
Yeah.
through the Ming Men, or
That is the function of the Ming Men.
to establish order through the in the unconscious.
So that primordial self is helping with that quality.
Got it.
The Ming Men.
And then the pattern doesn't have the Ming Men in it, has
That's
just
okay. Yeah, like you're still kind of addressing it. Like it doesn't
okay.
always have to. Like
Okay.
it's like being supportive of what the Ming Men does. Because even the Ming Men to do it, it still goes, okay, I'm going to delegate. You do this. Back knees, you do this. Ankles, you do this.
Okay,
Um,
that's great.
yeah.
Great. And then, so in the context of this pattern, should I do the temples and then think of a person, or just think of
Not
this?
necessary. I mean, if it's coming up, you can, but
Okay,
I would
do
just,
the,
yeah.
it's interesting. It's funny. I just pulled out the resonance kit like 2 days ago,
Oh, there you go.
and I didn't know why,
Yeah.
but maybe I did.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This has been great. Thank you so
Yeah.
very
You're so
much.
welcome.
Fantastic class.
Good. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah.
And somebody shared a series of negative emotions came up connected to the person in the first round, and second round was much more objective and detached. It feels easier to let go.
Yeah. And I think that's kind of normal. Like, it's like, ugh, that person. And then you kind of go through it, because really what's happening is you're you're stuck. We get those body emotions and they get stuck there, and then we start to process them, and then by the second or third round you're like, whatever. Where before it was like, ugh, how could they? you know
What is in the primordial self blend?
oh boy, I'll have to look that up.
Yeah.
I say oh boy because I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna have to remember where that's at. Give me just a sec here. Mhm. Okay. It is Narcissus, Cistus, Arbor Vitae, Sitka, and Greenheart.
Narcissus, Cistus, Arbor Vitae, Greenheart. Did I miss one?
No, I think 5 of them. 5
One,
oil.
2, 3, 4. No, I have 4. So Narcissus,
Narcissus, Cistus,
Mhm.
Arbor Vitae, Sitka,
Sitka.
and then Greenheart.
And then somebody else shared, I'm cooked. In a good way.
Yeah, it was a good class. I mean, it's very different than
Yeah,
how
some of
we've
the others.
approached self-esteem and self-image before. But
And someone's wondering about a salt bath tonight. Good for a salt bath.
what that would be. I mean, I like the idea of any of the things that are in the section for vagal tone, which would be vagal anchoring, I mean. I gotta find it.
The Angelica, Helichrysum, Jasmine,
Right.
Osmanthus,
Yeah.
St. John's wort, Strawflower.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. You can also throw frankincense in there and galbanum. You could throw galbanum in there as well. Marjoram could be good too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, marjoram can be actually quite soothing. So,
Well, great. I think
okay, you guys.
yeah.
Well, I hope you had a good weekend. And next weekend we're doing 2 Wednesdays. One day is on Saturday, brain fatigue and cognitive function and preventing Alzheimer's and things like that. And then Sunday we're doing a class on meditation for Astara. So you'll have to sign up. It's a free class, but you'll have to sign up on Astara for that. And we'll also provide the links in the newsletter.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, you won't even have to go hunting for it. Just look at the newsletter and you can sign up.
And go ahead, Laura.
Greg, hey, is the Astora? I'm going to be out of town next weekend. Is the Astora going to be taped or
Yes.
recorded?
Yeah.
Excellent, because I looked at that today and it looks really interesting.
Yeah. It should be, we're just going to do a slow roll through some of the mechanisms and yeah. Yeah.
Perfect. I'll sign up. Thank you.
Okay.
And if you're not already, you'll now start getting the newsletter. So like we do post, all the up-to-date stuff, whether it's new classes, new information. And so that goes out on Monday nights for you guys. So links to the Tuesday, Wednesday practices. Yeah. And all those weekday practices are all free, open to you guys. So I think that's the class.
Okay, you guys. Well, thanks for hanging out, and hopefully we see you either Tuesday, Wednesday, or Saturday and Sunday. So take care.